Good morning, crypto fan. Welcome back to another episode of the Coin King Channel. It's your girl down to Crypto TA. And we're going to kick things off this morning. Actually taking a look at SUI because something that we looked at on SUI yesterday, it did play out. I did get into this position. It was our second level of interest after our first one failed. So let's just take a look at that. All right, so taking a look here at the SUI chart over here. All right, yesterday during PPI data, I was looking at this level in here, right? Looking at the potential squeeze opportunity in here for price to get a breakout to the upside. Mentioned that it doesn't have to do much. Could potentially get a rejection around this 406 in here, maybe put in a head and shoulder, and then we take a little bit of a tumble. Hold on, please. So sorry. But like I was saying it didn't have to get too far. It could potentially come up here to around this 406, possibly put in a head and shoulder because it was looking a little bit head and shouldery. But instead, as this candle here pushed up, I identified that it was a shaved top and that we were starting to lose momentum with the second candle coming in, because whenever you have a move like this and it's a shaved top, then there's no aggression from the other side. So there was no aggression from bears here at this moment. But when the next candle opened, we failed to find the momentum to continue to push prices up. We ended up getting this little shooting star in here. PPI data came in hot. And the whole market took a bit of a tumble. So nice big candle here to the downside. Really flushed me out over here on that position, because I was in the long position over here. As I mentioned on stream, I was in the long position over here looking for this thing to get that potential break to the upside out of the Bollinger. Okay, so when we moved past this zone right here and we did get the drop, we dropped here into the weekly level here just at the top side here. It was also coincided with the 200 EMA from the 4-hour time frame. So once we got the drop here, I mentioned that price could potentially come up here and see a rejection in here. If that happens first, if not, there was the liquidity sitting down here below here, which was in line with the golden pocket and the second box that we had drawn out here. So it was this one and it was this one. So we ended up not coming up as far. We actually tapped out at the 32.382 here, fib level here. So very shallow retracement in here. And then we came down to take this liquidity here, which we did look at on stream as well, which is why we were saying either it comes up here and rejects and then comes back down here for this liquidity, or it'll take this liquidity and then we start to get the bounce away. But as soon as we tapped into the golden pocket here, we did start to get that move up. Not only the golden pocket, we also had this trend line in here as well. And we also had a momentum line here on the RSI, because things started to get really choppy in here on the RSI. But we did get a trend line here on the RSI for a momentum break. Some nice bullish divergence here. Nice bull divvy here. The bottom here, the lows here on the 15-minute time frame. And right now we're starting to slow down just a little bit, but things are really starting to look great over here. And I can show you here where I actually did enter in on this trade. So SUI did get the drop down to 365.34. I actually entered in on the trade. Here we go here. So 368, that was my entry. 365, we dropped into the golden pocket in 368, and I've already locked in profit here on the 5x position here for SUI. All right, I still got some money in this thing, so hopefully, it will continue to do good. One thing about SUI is when it does move, it does not allow you too much time. It doesn't really give you the pullbacks to get in. But we are taking the liquidity from this high over here, which is this in here. And then I minimized this because initially I was looking at coming back up here into the weekly average range here around $4.12, but I minimized it to got 404 over here. And that would be this liquidity right here, this line here. That would be this liquidity in here if we get there. Now the EMAs look pretty nice here. Take a look at that, because we did lose the 200 EMA for the 15-minute time frame yesterday, and that was the point where we lost the 200 EMA in here. And things got serious. They got hot. So now we're pushing back up above the 200 EMA here. So this is starting to look a lot better in here now for SUI. All right, one of the other positions given yesterday. Now this one right here, we actually looked at on stream, and that was the Ethereum position. Now Ethereum is struggling a little bit here with this move to the upside. You can see, yes, really slow. You can see how the candles are starting to turn. We went from about a 90-degree angle to, it's not quite, maybe a 45 or something like that in here. So we really started to slow down in here quite a bit. I mentioned here on this trade yesterday, because the entry came in off of this wick here, and we were looking at the 20 SMA as a support zone here, and here within the box, and you can see how many times we came down and we respected the low of the zone here. But I mentioned yesterday that if price got up here to this 4707, to be sure to lock in profit, so you can de-risk a little bit, because there's the chance that we would see a rejection here from this 4707, and we did. Now the thing about this is this is our last weekly average range here for Ethereum, and when we got the rejection from it, but when we got the break above, we just started to chop around in here. So I figured if we come back up, then this time we would treat it as resistance, because my thing was, it was a resistance point for Ethereum, but given CPI data and how frothy the market was, or how excited the market was over the pump, we just started to chop in here instead. So not too far away from the all-time high here. We'll see if Ethereum can pull that off. If it does, then I am looking for the one-to-one here for Ethereum price target. We'll see how this goes. Like right now, I'm saying to you, it is losing a little bit of steam in here, however. So you should at least, if you did take this trade, you should at least be in profit and have locked something in for yourself. Okay, so that is Ethereum. And let me take a look-see down here. See, money flow is starting to come up a little bit. Negative delta cross, but that's fine, because if the MACD does start to cross up the delta, then that will give price a little bit of an extra boost. We do have a cloud cover in here, so yeah, just be aware of that. So just like SUI yesterday, whenever we have this gap, if it RSI pops up and then it pops back down, then it'll send us tumbling back down. So we'll be looking out for this today as well. All right, so that is our ETH position here, which I am not in the Ethereum position because I just don't want to trade Ethereum. It is just like that for me. All right, let's take a look at what we did over here. All right, so this is Ethereum again. And like I said, we did the 20 SMA in here. But the interesting thing is, so there's a lot of other projects in here. Now, XRP did expand a little bit when it got the drop. There was a little box in here, and I think it may have been in here. It was in here that we drawn out for XRP, looking for XRP to hold in here, and that didn't manage to that didn't manage to fester. So we would be treating that as a rejection point right now, because I drew it out like this. We were looking at this candle here, and then we were looking to see if Ethereum got a pullback. Not Ethereum, but XRP got a pullback that it could hold in here, and it did not do that. So we got the drop below, a little bit of expansion. And like I said on the live yesterday, XRP is pretty simple, 302. And that's where we came to. We came back to our 302 in here. So 302, and if it continues to tumble, then 274, is very basic. We can also look at the lows over here. So hit the lows over here at 290. Otherwise, we'll be looking for a bounce up on a couple of things. But yeah, that is XRP. Solana managed to hold somewhere around this 20 SMA, so it did not get a full retracement to its return and expansion in here. But like I said, Solana is another one that has it's pretty basic, 188. Come back to our range at 188, and it got the bounce away. So If it was to continue to tumble, then I'd be looking for 164. The same way here at the top side here, we take a look at Solana. I know that this could likely be a rejection point here at 207, and I know the next one will likely be 227 here for Solana. It has done this like these levels for the most part, unless it was something that generated here recently over the past few months. These levels have been here for a few years now for Solana. All right, put that back on auto. All right, SUI, same thing, which is why we knew that we had quite a bit of confluence down there with that golden pocket and everything else that we were looking at down here. Just a return here into the lower side of the dynamic of no, well, I guess you can call it dynamic too, but the Bollinger percent cloud here. So that's what we did there for SUI. BNB held up pretty well, did not come all the way down. You can see it wicked below its 20 SMA, but it did manage to hold it. So this was a good one here. BNB. Let's see what we got going on in here. All right, so we are continuing to chop about this ascending trend line here that we have for BNB. I'm just going to go through the cloud right now because I do want to get over to Ethereum and get back to that SUI and see how Bitcoin and see how we're doing with that SUI. ADA just did a 20 SMA return also here. Did not come back to the 82.43 or the 78, so it did not get a full retracement into the return or expansion here. The Bollinger Band HBAR did with no expansion, so that was great. HBAR just came back down into the cloud here of the Bollinger on the 4-hour time frame, and it is trying to get the bounce away. Floki, same situation. It did get a little bit of a overspill here, a little bit of overspill in here, but that's okay. It did not take out this low over here, so that's good. It did take this one out here on the 4-hour time frame, but right now, let's see here. Let me see what SUI. Floki. So Floki has a breaker structure here on the 4-hour time frame. So let's keep that in mind. It does have a breaker structure. It has a lower high, and then when it put in this chach over here, then it did get a breaker structure here on the 4-hour time frame. Take a look at Chainlink, just a return here on the Bollinger here. So we start to come down and expand. You know that's going to take place below $21 here for Chainlink. But so far, it has only tapped into the lower part of the Bollinger here, and hopefully it'll push away. But we did have some bear divs in here. We looked at that yesterday for Chainlink, a couple of bear divs in here. Okay, Hype. I don't think Hype actually. Yeah, Hype did drop into the just the low of the cloud here and got the bounce away here for Hype. So just the low of the cloud here on the 4-hour. So the 4-hour was really the time frame to watch yesterday for that nuke that we got. It was the 4-hour. See, XLM expanded over here, so it did expand a bit. Didn't perform as well as some of the other ones. It looks like we may have also changed market structure here on the 4-hour for Stellar as well. High, lower high, low, lower low here. So that's different. Dogecoin did actually manage to hold up here, so no actual change here, no closures below the low over here, just to drop into the cloud with a little tiny wick here. So a minor expansion here for Doge and TRX. We already know this thing did not do anything at all. Like, yeah. I mean, just who does this? Who does this? This is wild. Like, who does this? It looks like it got a bounce off of the 20 SMA in here. That's TRX for you. All right, let's see. Virtuals. Yeah. I mean, what can you expect? Virtuals. It's not been performing its best here lately, so it is what it is for our. We'll start to look at this one. I'm going to look for a position on this one here because I do want something that's actually pulling back. I want something that's a good project, something that's also pulling back, and then that could give us a nice entry over here. So let's just keep this one right here on our radar today. Virtuals. And then I'll go through and I'll look at some things and see what we got here. I like the little hammer they got in here. Let's see what we're rejecting from right now on this one. Expand. Let's see what we're doing. Okay, so we haven't even done the 382 just yet. So let's look out for this one. And that's just coming off of this little pivot here to this low here. So if we do come up to the 382, we do like some sort of a shallow rejection. You can start to look at some liquidity being taken, and then the entry here for virtuals. Let's draw one here off of the low to the high. See what we got. 786. Hot coffee. Woo! Fresh off the press. Thank you, love. You're so wonderful. Later. Okay. Refreshing hot coffee. All right. So I'm gonna stay peeled on this birch here. This birch. Let me look at this from a daily. Oh, well, actually, my chart is like, no, you look at these indicators right now. We don't have any bullish divvies down here on the 4-hour time frame. Okay. I would like to see that. See what I got happening in here. Look like I got a lot happening in here. Remove. And remove. Gonna look to play some divergence here on Birch. We don't even have any bullish divergence down here just yet on the MACD or the Delta here. Not even against each other. So this is going to be a no for now until I do start to see something like that come into play. So I will look out for that here on Birch. I don't like the cloud cover here. We'll give it a little bit of time. I'll come back to that one. Theta. So Theta, another one that just dropped into the dynamic cloud here on the 4-hour time frame. And so far it is holding up. I'm starting to see we're getting a little bit of a pullback. That was the other thing about SUI too. So right now, SUI does have some bear divs here. So let me discuss that right away. You can see in here, we have the bear divvy. So let me just point this out here. Bam. Like so. And we're also breaking the momentum line here on the RSI for a little bit of a pullback, and we'll see what SUI does with this. So, all right, that's SUI. We've already gotten a bounce away from this this golden pocket in here. Let me take a look back over here and let's see what we got. I mean, we can see some of the liquidity in here. Nothing much has really changed in here, but we're inside this gap where we had some pretty good liquidity to build up in here. So I would expect the reaction, but the bear div is something totally different. Okay, so the bear div is just the bear div, and this is some sort of a triangle formation in here, and we could see that clear as day. The difference between this here and this here. So here we're doing this. And this is what we're doing here. which is against the grain of what we're doing here. And let me just change this line. I am just feeling good today. I hope nothing goes wrong. You ever get that feeling? You feeling really good, and it just, it's a scary feeling. Scary feeling to feel that good. All right, so that's what we got happening over here with SUI. We did get quite a few too many momentum lines popping out here, so it's showing some sort of a struggle to push these prices up. It's just happening too frequently in here, so there's some sort of a battle taking place in here, so that's what we got here right now for SUI. All right. Let's take a look at Bitcoin here. Alrighty, so Biddy, and I did redraw these zones in here, and let me just show you that because I did this. You can see yesterday here, updated zones here. So I did update these zones in here for Bitcoin. I know what we were looking at before. I just wanted to make you aware of what I was actually sharing before. I have changed that because information has changed in here a little bit. Now there is still something in here where we have this gap at, but I just left it out. And if you see right here, you can see how we have this top in here, and then you can see how we have this low in here. So we do still have this in here where this gap is, but it has been omitted. All right, so we had a nice little trend line here for Bitcoin, and we just simply came back up here into this resistance, and right now it looks like we're going to lose it, and then we'll be looking for prices to come back down in here. We'll see how that works out. We do also have a little bit of something in here. I'm not interested in that. It didn't really do a lot for the market, so I'll be looking back here at this solid green in here. This was our breakdown yesterday for Bitcoin here. So we had this little trend line in here. And go ahead and take this away. We had this little trend line in here. We also looked at it on CoinGlass as well for the liquidity drop in here. I didn't open up any new positions on Bitcoin, even with all the stuff that I could see in here. I didn't open up a new short or anything like that. I do still have my long open from a little bit lower down in here, but I am hoping, and I do still feel like we can still hit that 130. We'll see, because things have been really, really rough here for Biddy here lately. Even with the move up here, we did get that little inverse head and shoulder that carried the price up. I did tweet on that, said everything looks okay as long as that, that bird wing stays up and it doesn't flap to the downside. And we came up and took out the high. And what can you expect? People are looking to short up here because it is the high, and that's just how it's going to work. And you pair that with, what we got yesterday with the PPI in your eye, and it's bad. So for my gap here, it's a little bit different. I still don't think that we filled in the gap completely yesterday. Let's take a look at that. So even with how I did things over here, take us to a 1. Even with how I did things over here, because there's just I'm being petty. I'm being a little bit petty, but there is a little bit more. There's a little small common gap. It's a common gap that's sitting in here. So I drop this down. But even if I don't drop this down and I do this, we still didn't fill this gap completely. So it's this candle to this candle. And so we still left a little bit on the table here at 117. So just know that I'm just including something extra in here, but regardless of whatever else I am including, we did not completely fill the gap in here. Make sure we didn't do anything different in here. You're going to always see these little common gaps in here too for the 15-minute time frame. A little small gaps. They generally get filled right away because they're common gaps. But for some reason, I just see them speckled around some of everywhere. So look for that. And no price is going to come back down here into this little gap down here. And then potentially even finish filling out this this larger gap here for Bitcoin. Alrighty. See what we're looking like down here. The same. I mean, it was very tiny here. A little bit of bear div in here, from here and here. So a little bit of bearish divergence there. Momentum break. Could see some more bullish divergence come in here for Biddy. That is what we could be looking at. So yeah, this little triple top in here, we start to break here. Then I'll be looking for price to come back down in here. Can you short this? You absolutely can. Am I shorting it? No, I am not. I'm not going to short this. Just going to let it do what it do. Oh, it's so good. I did add a new 4-hour level in here. And that is at the highs up here for Bitcoin. So a new 4-hour level did print for Bitcoin. And this is it. Roughly 124, I'm sorry, 123, 418, 122, 554. So just rounding that out. All right, and here we come. I also see Sui also getting a little bit of a larger candle over here. Like I said, we're going against the grain. So we're going against the grain. We'll see about this. Might get a small reaction around the golden. I'm not gonna do it. I just like it coming back into here. And like I said, we could finish filling out the rest of that gap. The rest of that gap. Alrighty. All right, sorry. And what I'm going to do for Sui is now that we've done this golden pocket 786, we've come up above it and we've taken out the liquidity here. I'm just going to restructure. Let's see our fib level from the low to the high. And we'll see how we do with this. I got the 382 in here just in case we do get a shallow. Let's just say we come in and we manage to hold these highs in here again. If we can do that. If not, then I'll be looking back down here towards these lows here, which would be the look. Well, this is actually, yeah. I'll be looking back down here towards these lows in here. So see how this goes. If it goes, see how it happens. I mean, the EMAs were looking really good, so I hate to see this happening to us right now because the EMAs were looking really good. And if you didn't see those EMAs, I mean, they're looking really, really good. I mean, things can change. They can change easy. But I mean, you know, we're wedging in over here. We were getting above the 200 EMA here on the 15-minute time frame. We were looking pretty decent in here. So we'll see. We shall see if we can just get this shallow retracement into here. Maybe a quick flash and a bounce back up. Otherwise, we hold, and that would be great. That would be great. And then we can continue up. Potentially looking for that rejection in here. Potentially looking for the rejection in here. And if not, then coming up here for that liquidity at 404. For SUI. All right. Bitcoin holding the low of that range as well. So far. But that is triple top there on Biddy. It looks more like a triple top as SUI looks, you know, just a wedge, some sort of, I don't want to say leading diagonal, but some sort of let's just say a triangle in here. It's a diagonal. All the names. Oh boy. Let's see how ETH is doing. I'm gonna minimize this back to our 2. Slide this in a little bit here. All right. And like I said, Ethereum, it does look like it's struggling a little bit in here. Probably has the same formation SUI has in here. Let's take a look at that. So yeah. This would have been like this here. And this in here with a ton of momentum lines popping out, showing that we're not clearing the zone that easy. That's basically what it's saying. You know, we're lacking a little bit of momentum in here. We're not clearing the zone that easy. And that's also why we're getting this formation in here also, because we're struggling, we're battling, and it's not working out. So bears are winning in here at the moment. I turned off all of these, all of the noise here on the RSI over here on SUI, but I'm gonna have to leave it on over here for Ethereum. And all this noise does is just shows you like where trend line breaks may be at. That's it. I mean, you can sit here and draw them out repeatedly if you want to. I don't want to do that, so I might do it over here on SUI. I can do it on one chart. I can't do it on all the charts. So yeah, I'm gonna leave them on over here. So if you can see through the noise, you can see that we did break the momentum in here. We could end up putting in some more bullish divergence in here, the same way we did at this point here for Ethereum. You can see the low in here and the high in here. So nice bullish divergence here on the chart. And we're getting it all the way through this drop in here. So let's take a look at the ribbons here for Ethereum and see. I don't think that it did what, yeah. So it did manage to come back up the 200 EMA here on the 15-minute time frame, and it's already still sitting above it. So hopefully we can maintain that, and we don't have to see another drop here for Ethereum. But we are moving a little bit. By drop, I mean like coming back down here to the entry or taking out these, taking out these lows. But I don't know what money this is, but it's struggling. So it's retail money. Potentially just retail money. Take that away. I want to take this away, and we actually need to zoom out a little bit. So let me take the time to do that and see. I'm gonna go SUI first because this is actually what I have a remainder of a position in over here. So this is more important to me because it's where my cash is. I want to hide this for now. Oh, actually, I'm gonna hide everything right there for now so I can zoom out and see what we got going on here. All right. We already have this box drawn out here on the chart already, so that's fine. Let me just see. All right, so even though we were getting above the 200 EMA on the 15-minute time frame, we are rejecting here around the 510. Actually, that's the 26 and 10 here on the 4-hour time frame here for SUI. We have all that liquidity sitting at, so this could take a little bit of time, but hopefully the 200 EMA here for the 4-hour continues to work in conjunction with these lows in here, as we've had several bounces throughout here, and including this is just a great place altogether. You can see resistance, support until it's a board. But this is really good throughout here for SUI. So what I'm going to do, and I know that this is just going to either way it goes, I don't like to trade below. We can get really bearish below the 200 EMA. Let's just take that away for a moment. All of my noise is going to pop back up on this chart. Not my favorite, but yeah. Let's take a look at this. Let me hide this for a minute here. I mean, our level here is pretty solid. I think I already drawn it in pretty solid. I'm going to stretch it out just to see. I think that's pretty good already. And we didn't actually tap it yesterday. mean, I can drop it down just a little bit more. So if I turn this off, I can drop it a little bit more into the meat of this high here. Right now it's like a $4 difference. And let's see if I do that, how much of a difference that is. It's a bigger difference. I'm gonna leave it like so because I think that was also the low of this wick in here. I mean, we could take that liquidity and look for a reclaim back inside of our range. So we'll just leave it like it is. I don't think I need to do anything different in here. And then our resistance in here looks pretty solid with what we have going on. If I was to drag this across here for all of this, that looks pretty solid. I already have a level in here at 398 that just happens to be in line with this point of control. And my line is also in conjunction with the value area high. So yeah, and I don't usually use this like that, but it looks like I've already got it under wraps here for our higher time frame to see what we end up doing in here for SUI. So I think we're good there. Just zoom us right on back out here. And let's just put our liquidity image back in here. And then I'll continue to update this as I start to see that, new developments come into place. But for now, we can look at this and see where we could potentially be going. All right. Let's see, Ethereum. I know Ethereum. I don't need to do anything different here for Ethereum. We're good on ETH. I'm just going to put it back on a 1 hour. You know what? We'll leave it like this for now. Let me slide this over. To where this started. All right, that works. I guess that works. You can let me know if it's an issue for you. It works for me. All right, and again for SUI, I'm looking to see if we start to roll over in here, which, I mean, all of this suggests that we could. We start to roll over in here from the bear div, from the lack of momentum that we have going on right here within this formation, unless the bulls win and we break out, and then we come up here to test out the lows in here. See if we can hold this 382, which is the highs in here. Just looking to see if we can do that. If not, then looking at these lows in here around the golden pocket. And if not, then we just have to, already locked in profits on this. So not today. Yesterday I told you, hey, I got into SUI long position. Let's see, we were chopping around right here. So it was supposed to be a quick position anyway. We're chopping around in here. I got long off of this chop in here, and we came up and I looked at it. I woke up in the middle of the night to look at it because I hadn't set a take profit. I was like, yay, winning. I did have my stop loss in place. And then I went back to sleep and I woke up and it's like, whoa, stopped out, which is why I was looking to get long in here, which is why I opened the long position in here. And then we started to stall out and then we just ramsacked me and then came into the next level of interest down here. All right. Dominance at the moment. See. While the market is taking its time right now. All right, so dominance at the moment. This is Bitcoin dominance here. We're still within this range. I had another line in here and I had it somewhere about in here, but we started to chop this one. So I deleted that and I just pushed it down here for the low so I could see what sort of difference might take place. And then this one, we got the wick above it yesterday and then we got the rejection here and then another rejection as well. So for now, we're respecting here with these lows in here. We do continue down here for Bitcoin dominance, which I don't think that we're prepared for it just yet. Although we did lose. So far. We got 2 more days on this before it can actually whip back into it like it did over here. But we did lose our ascending channel. We finally, we got the breakdown below it, a lot lower than we did over here. But like I said, 2 days left and we'll see, 2 days, 15 hours, yeah. So 2 days left and we'll see if we reclaim back inside of this or if we get to drop down here to this 58.50. This is a level of interest. And then outside of that, this is the return and this is the expansion from the Bollinger Band here. So 54.62 and 50.82 here for, dominance. And let me just double check here, and this came off of the monthly time frame here. So this is from the monthly here. So you can see that. So this is actually I think I took this off of the 20 SMA right here. So yeah, I think that is what I did. And let me just turn this on real quick. Yep. So that's just the 20 SMA here. And then this is the return. And then this is the expansion for the Bollinger. Okay. So that is, and this is a B%, not the standard Bollinger Band. So it's the BB%. And I just labeled this. So if we look back at it again, you'll know what it is. So return. And this is where we would start to expand like this. So return, expansion. We get that if we're lucky for altcoins, right? So that's what we're looking for. All right, turn this off. All right, so Ethereum dominance just still within this range here. Rejecting here. I thought for a minute we were really going to go over here because we did get the breakup and a closure outside of this line. We ended up just getting whacked back inside of it. But we're holding the low in here. We're holding a, rejecting here at this high here for dominance for Ethereum at the moment. And if Ethereum dominance was to start rolling over, we do have a little bit of a trend line in here. Doesn't go back too far. But we do have a little bit of a trend line in here and then a level in here for Ethereum dominance, which I don't think Ethereum is really ready to start spilling off just yet. Not until Solana dominance starts to pick up. And we're really close to that happening. So just be aware of that. Yeah, Ethereum does not do good when Solana dominance comes up. In fact, the entire market doesn't do that well when Solana dominance is running. All right, so this is where we're at on ETH dominance. This is just the VIX. And I've marked out a level in here for the VIX as well. So this is our respected top in here for the VIX, and this is our respected low here for this 1 hour time frame for the VIX. I thought at one point over here when we got into this gap that we were going to bounce away, but we rejected. We rejected, came back up and rejected. Bounced at first, dropped, came back up, rejected, and yeah. So we're holding it here for now on the VIX. Still up from yesterday. A little bit of a red candle, but still up from yesterday. And then USDT dominance did manage to reclaim back inside of its macro, back above its macro trend line here, which you all know. This macro trend line here. 2017 was the first little candle start here. And then we just ride this puppy all the way up to 2025. So this is a very important level in here. And we did manage to reclaim back up above it. So if USDT dominance is to lose not just this trend line in here, but this has been where the reversals have taken place in the market. This is where it's been. But if we do start to lose that trend line, then 3.65 in here, potentially we lose 3.65, then we could be looking down here between 254 and 181 for USDT dominance. This would be a first. This would be a first of losing this if that happens. We also have a trend line here, which I did based on a line chart. So we're looking for a break to the upside on this trend line here. And I don't think that there's anything in maybe. Let me take this off of here. Remove and remove. So we got some underlying strength here from the Delta, which is not playing out just yet. MACD still pivoting to the downside. But actually we already got that bounce. So that would have been this point right here. It would have been this point right here. Hold on. No, that's not what I want to do. I want to expand and look at it on the chart. But that would have been this point right here. So as you can see here at this point here, the MACD and the Delta were moving in different directions. That's very crucial. That is a critical factor. So it's a lot of ways to look at divergence here. And the way I like to do it is really when the MACD and the Delta are diverging against each other. So this was that little move that we got in here. They're back in sync now over here. But that would have been this. And then that was the move up. But they're back in sync now. So and it looks like here we got the bear div on the USDT dominance. So and then you can see we're making the higher highs here on the Delta and the lower highs here on the MACD. So that would have been, and I took off the signal that I was using here, but that would have been where we would have seen the it indicate the move down. I'm gonna go with this point here. All right, so a little too late over here. So I would have had to go off of candle formation here, and that would have been this. But yeah, would have had to go off of a candlestick. So price action would have been faster at this point. This was faster over, indicator was faster over here and telling me here, but price action was faster here, which is why I do price action and indicator trading and investing. Sometimes the indicators will give it to you faster. Sometimes price action will give it to you faster. But, you know, Indicators give confluence. See if we got any bullish in here. Got some exaggerated bullish divergence in here on USDT dominance. All right, so that is that. I can't take this chart down that low, so I have to keep it. Yeah, keep this one to a weekly. And then Solana dominance. All right, so we got like 2 more spots in here. And yesterday I didn't have this level right here drawn out, but I figured I'd go ahead and put it in here. So we're getting to a point where we could start to see the support for Solana dominance against Ethereum, and it's coming in here. So around this 0.039 and this 0.036, where we have these lows in here, and then we can start to see Solana dominance start to take over the market a bit in here. And we can already see from Solana's performance here recently as well that it's trying to gain some muscles up in here, trying to flex some muscles right around in here. So be looking out for this on the weekly time frame here. Again, that's 0.03943 and 0.03624 in here around these lows for Solana dominance to start to take over against Ethereum. All right, and let me just check. Right now we are still bearish in here. Right now we are still rolling in here. So yeah, a few more weeks potentially, and we'll see how that goes. All right, let's come back to the charts over here. All right, Bitcoin, we did triple 1 2 3, and we're starting to get that move down. And like I said, we do still have a little bit of that gap left open, the CME. But first things first, it's looking to see if we will hold support. Just to stay back in here. Let's see if we can hold it back in here. If not, we could fill in the rest of that CME gap there for Biddy. And then Sui, rejection after trying to come back up. Same thing over here for Ethereum, rejection, trying to come back up with the bear divs here at the highs here. Little bearish triangle up in here. And I'm not looking any lower than here for Sui. I don't think that we're coming back down here, but it doesn't matter what I think because the market can surprise us and it can come back down here. So I'm just going to put that out there. Just going to put that energy out there just in case it happens that we could come back down here. For now, I'm looking to see if we hold the 382, and if not the 382, let's see if we can hold the lows in here. The lows in here, which is this in here, golden pocket. And I guess we can yeah, we'll see. We'll see how this goes. And I did not look at this. I didn't look at, where we would come back into a zone in here. Okay, so we're already sitting at it. So yeah, We would literally, like I said, want to hold this 382. If not, then we could see that expansion happen and we could be coming back down here. Okay, so this 382 at 379 here for SUI. Solana might be sitting on it too. And it is. I mean, Ethereum might be sitting on it too, and it is. Okay. I'm gonna hide that for now so you guys don't have to sit there and look at it. Today is a time frame that I was watching here for SUI, like the 20 SMA. Because there's a trend line in here for SUI. I think we were watching that trend line yesterday as a diagonal trend line in here, a rising diagonal trend line, and that actually coincided too with the drop in here for SUI. So there's a lot of confluence in here. But the 2-day I was watching that. Today also has a negative delta cross, but a positive MACD cross, which it's not the worst thing in the world actually. And a little bit of a cloud cover there on the RSI on the 2-day. Let me look back in here on Bitcoin. See if we got anything new in here in terms of liquidity or anything, or orders. It looks really bare in here. It looks really skimpy. Yeah. There's like zero interest going on right now. Like I've never seen it look like this. Am I missing something? It's what I keep asking myself. Am I missing something? Because it just looks horrible. I mean, look at this. When have we ever looked at this and it looked like this? Like this looks horrible. Horrible. Like where are all the yellow lines at? Like this looks horrible. And we barely have anything in here. See, upside, we got this 128 in here. And then we got this in here, about 117, 650 in here. We got that. And then we got this down here, about 114. Please don't go to 114. Not right now. I mean, like, we barely have anything happening in here. Like, this is... And then you can see the Chop City in here. that little pattern. That's that struggle that we're having. With bulls and bears in here. And that looks disastrous. You just take a look at it from this perspective instead. We got quite a bit of liquidity overhead here for Bitcoin here. So around 119.44. Look at my thing over here. $119.53, $119.642 in here. So all the way up here to 119.642, we have a cluster in here. And then we have 120 in here. That's another cluster. I mean, we're closer to this liquidity here to the upside. It doesn't mean that we have to take this first, but we are closer to it. So we got quite a bit of stuff happening overhead here from the liquidation heat map. And then down below here, we got this 117.074. And 115.888. Okay. All right, so we got some liquidity in here. It just looks different. Yeah, looks horrible over here though. All right. And that is Bitcoin Binance. See what ETH got going on here real quick. Prefer Binance or BitGet. I'll try Bit. No, not BitGet. Not BitGet. I'll just go with Binance. $47.50. Let's make it happen. All right, and let me just do Solana. Then I'm gonna get back on the chart. Just wanted to see what we were looking at. Any of those? Nothing, no honorable mentions here. Yeah, no honorable mentions. All right. Let me just put this. Actually, I'm gonna put this back on Sui. It's the 405. That's around what the take profit is. For the Sui position is at 404. All right. Bitcoin held up for now. We're still just ranging. We have data this morning, 8:30 and 10. All right, we have retail data at 8:30, and then we have consumer sentiment at 10. So and it's Friday. So I can tell you the indicator conditions right now for SUI are negative. We're bearish on the 15-minute time frame. I actually have a condition table that I did to kind of show me like indicators and what they're looking like. I got too much stuff on already. Just because I felt like it. Okay, so CCI is negative. Money flow is still fine right now, but you actually have to look at the money flow to know. This is just simply saying that money flow is above its mean. So that's all that's simply telling us. SMI is negative. That's the stochastic momentum index. That's bearish right now. RSI is giving a sell signal. MACD is giving a sell signal. The only thing that this is showing right below the 50 also, and we're above the 200. That's basically what this is. So the majority of the conditions for the 15-minute time frame are bearish. So that's what we're looking like right now here on the 15-minute time frame. On the 1 hour time frame, a little bit better. So yeah, a little bit better here on the 1 hour time frame, and then on the 4 hour time frame, yep, more bearish than not. Hold on. Let's just do this just in case. I'm not saying that this happens or anything like that. And I'm just going to do it from here until there's a over a little bit. So that would be back down here. I think this was from the daily. So let me just double check on that. And that's the low of this range here, just in case we do start to look like a head and shoulder at some point. Not saying that that's happening right now, just want to be prepared. I think that that was from the daily. Yeah, so that was from the daily. Those yellow lines that you saw poking out, that was just showing that the measured move would be a return here to around this 356 and possibly down to 326 here. All right. That's what that was. Let me show you that again. No, this actually moved. Hold on, is that? Okay, so we came up. Ooh. So let's back to back test this high over here, potentially. If we do start to look like a head and shoulder, that's what that would be. And not just look like, but actually confirm, you know, that it's a head and shoulder. Be looking at that. This high in here. And I think we'd already looked at this trend line here already. But if we didn't, it's there now. All right, the market is quite boring this morning, but that's okay. That gives me time to go over these 5 charts over here, which is going to be AMD. All right. So AMD, I did already close this trade out. I actually closed it out about 2 days back or something like that. I got long on AMD down here. We started putting in some purple E's. The purple E's tend to work really good with the equities. So we got the purple E's in here into this golden pocket 786. I got long off of this. I traded it up. I think I dropped it. Actually, I didn't take the profit from here. I actually took it once we came down a little bit, possibly in here. Then I closed that out, and then yeah, it did really, really well. Came down, got a little bit of an SFP in here, came up, took out the high that was over here. And right now we're just chopping about, holding up from a gap right now. So we're holding up from a gap right now here on AMD. It's been holding up really, really well. Despite, what happened yesterday, still holding up pretty good so far. Like I said, this is the gap holding it up at the moment. Come down, I'll be looking at this 117.86. And this is just off a 15-minute time frame, of course. And then the gap fill in here. But so far, this has been holding up pretty solidly in here. And we got the purple E's to the upside here, which, a little bit of a pullback in there. So that's what I'll be watching for, just, day trades here for AMD. All right, so NVIDIA here. I did tweet on this one because I did enter into an NVIDIA position, and I did it based off of the E's down here. Again, the purple E's down here. And also, it's some pretty good support in here. So if you see here, you see this gap right here, you see this gap over here. We've had double gap across this right in here, double gap in here. So it gave it some pretty solid support in here. Just looking at, where it price action reacted the most. Like, it loved the zone in here. It loves it. So I did get long off of that. And it actually gave me a surprise dump because I wasn't, not a surprise dump, because I posted on it and I said, hey, we're hitting some resistance in here. We just came back up to this trend line right here. But I only ended up with a small amount of profit off of this because I ended up riding it down. We kept riding this, and I was like, okay, well, maybe. And then we came up here and we took a little bit of liquidity from off the top side here, the line up here, and then we got the drop down. So we just kept bouncing around here, just riding this line all the way up until we took that liquidity, and then we got a little drop back down. I could have re-entered on this. I mean, 1, 2, 3, that looks really good. 1, 2, 3 taps, but the market was doing some crazy crap, so I just let it go. But anyway, yeah, these are the same levels that I posted on a few days ago. Still being respected at the moment. I don't really know about this trend line here anymore. I don't really like it. I hate when we start chopping it too much. It just doesn't look good when we start chopping it too much. And I am checking back in on the crypto market as well as I talk. And it's fine. Everything is still sitting in the same spot. I don't like how we started chopping this. But in the event that we do come back down, potentially we could see this continue to hold as a little bit of support in here. I mean, at some point it's going to break. We all know that. At some point it's going to break. It's not going to work. But for now, it's pretty solid. Like I said, gap. And then if you actually take a look here at this one, I think it was this one right here, gave you the best entry. Best. But it loves it. It loves this little zone in here. All right. And a bigger move back. This is bigger pullback. This is what I'll be looking for. Not saying that's going to happen. But in terms of just trying to trade this thing, that's what you can look at here. Right now, we are continuing to bounce off of this line, but I don't like it. And then there's a good old Palantir over here. So I decided I want to trade Palantir. And a ton of people are taking profits off of it right now. And then I'm looking at, we got a few things in here. So these are the higher time frame targets in here for Palantir. I do have the lower time frame ones that we actually looked at yesterday, but these are the larger time frame ones in here. So right now, for a minute there, when I first came on and looked at the market, we were coming up here hitting this high, hitting this low in here. So we were tapping into that, and that would have gave us a little bit of a change of structure here on the 15-minute time frame. We got to wait until market opens to actually see what we're going to do. But yeah, this is like the first little higher low in here. if we get the closure up here. We get the closure above here. So it might be a safer bet at that point. I did get long off of here. I got long off of this here. I actually got long a few times on this Palantir play, but the next place I will be looking at, we did just finally print some E's in here yesterday. So we started performing a little bit better, like I said, first a little higher low in here in the event that we do get the closure above here, but otherwise, yeah, I'll be looking down here next if we do start to roll over. Now the lower levels that I was looking at in here, it was for the 15-minute time frame, it was this stuff in here. But I said I need to let that go. Yeah, so I don't want to. Yeah, it's doing too much for me to look at that 15-minute stuff. In fact, I'm deleting the 15-minute stuff and just focusing on the 4-hour stuff here for Palantir. Why is it not showing up? Oh, because I turned it off. That would explain it. So you can see a little bit clearer what I'm looking at in here. And that was also the 1.618 retracement level in here. Just drawn off of this retracement here. But I do expect the larger sell-off to come back in, especially since we do have, let me see, we were doing, the last time I was looking at this and I got long off of it. The last time on Palantir, I got long off of this low. Then we got a nice push up, and then I closed it out, and earnings came in, and I missed all of this, but that was fine. I do hold it long term, but this is, we could see us coming back into this. And we got that big gap in here as well. They don't always get filled, but we could be coming back down into here. For now, there is some pretty solid support in here off the 4-hour, which is why I'm saying either this one or this one right here takes the cake for it. And so far, it wasn't this one. Yeah, we haven't even made it to this one yet. And we'll see how today goes with Palantir. Hopefully, it starts to pump up. Get some sort of a little bounce in here, and then we can see it continue. All right, we back at it. Just holding the zone in here. Oh, circle. I'm not gonna even go back over here to these charts over here, but circle. I did the spot long, not saying spot. We can call it that. Because with Palantir and NVIDIA and AMD, I'm just starting to use this exchange called BTCC. And my first experience with it was not the best because I didn't understand the platform. I'd had the account for a while. I just really never traded on it. I just didn't want to. But I'm having fun with it now. I really am. I'm having fun with it. So, yeah. That's why I've been taking some trades. That, and of course, my investments are elsewhere. But yeah, just having fun, just trading, day trading. The stock market. That's been cool because I don't want to do options. I don't want to do any of that. I don't want to do that. But it can be hard to get limit orders executed. I've learned that with that platform. Like you don't want to. I don't want to do market on BTCC because you get in at a loss. Like they open your position up at a loss. So I always go in doing a limit order, and then sometimes it can be really hard for your limit order to get filled. But I mean, that's what I'm doing. I'm just not going to hit market buy me in because, like I said, you enter your position at a loss, and then if the market goes against you, then you'll continue in that loss. So that's one thing. And the other thing is making sure that you have it set to bid and ask and not market. Because if you have it set for that, if you have it set for average price, you have it set for average price, then that's what they're going to do. So, I mean, they'll try to get it as close as they can to what you're asking for. But if you have it set for average price, then, again, like I said, your entry, where you get executed at can be off. It can be off. And then another thing too with BTCC is they only do cross. You only get to do cross margin. And the best advice I can give you is when you do a cross margin position, just have what you're willing to lose on the on futures. Just have what you're willing to lose there, because they're going to start taking from that money. Like you'll get like your estimated liquidation price. That doesn't mean that that's all the money that you're going to lose. So if you watch the extra money, the free capital that you have sitting in over on futures, if you watch that, every time the price starts going against you, they start taking from that free capital. And so you don't realize that it's eating into that until it gets to that liquidation point if you're not setting the stop loss, and then you're just completely like all of that money's gone. So they're only going to pull from free capital that you have sitting over here in the exchange. So if you don't want that money to be taken from you, don't put extra money in there. Just put what you're willing to lose in there, and then let that be it. The rest of your money, put it elsewhere. But if you have free capital sitting in there, they're going to try to cover that position with that free capital. And you'll lose all of that free capital that you have as well. So just know that too, because they only do cross. I wish they did isolate it. And that was one of the reasons why I chose not to trade on there for a while, because they only did cross. See if there was anything else over here. All right, so nothing. We're just chopping. Bitcoin still holding. Now, what you see over here on the 15-minute time frame is completely different from what you see over here. And I just happen to do it that way because this is just based off of reversal points or liquidity zones. Then I just draw it out to just kind of see my liquidity zones, not coin glass or anything like that. But it just looks different. It's going to be different over here than it is going to be over here between your 1 hour and up. It's just going to be different. The 1 hour and up have these same levels, because when I stretch them out, it starts to look trashy over here on the smaller time frame. And this is more about quick trades over here versus, maybe some longer swings in the market. So we're still holding in here. morning. And this is pretty simple how I have it drawn out over here on this 5-minute, 15-minute time frame. So you can see here, this is just this candle. So you can see the energy we got from this candle here. So I chose this candle right here as my block. You can see the energy we got from this candle here. It's this one right here. So I chose this as my block. And then you can see the energy we got from this candle here. So I chose this candle as my block for here. So that's all I'm looking at in here. There's no energy in here that I actually like. I would take this entire chop zone though. I would take that entire chop zone. And I would we engulfed here. So I would take this entire block right here as well. So I would take this entire block here, and I'm gonna pull it out a little bit. And then like I said, for this one, I would probably just take this entire section in here. You do have, yeah, see, this didn't really do much for the market. This is why I kind of left this alone, but I would, you know, I would take this entire block. And if I did, I would do it like this from a line chart perspective, but I don't really like this. Doesn't mean that it's not going to work. I just don't really like it. And then that's what that would look like for me. Maybe it holds at some sort of support level or something like that instead of resistance, because that'll happen too. So, I mean, I don't really like it. I'm going to put a question mark inside of it. Just going to put a question mark in here. Like, are you worth it? Maybe not. Actually, I'm going to take the question mark out of it. And I'll just gray it out or something. And we'll see. All right. We're going to make more money over here on the altcoins, which is why I keep switching. But I do want to keep tabs on what Bitcoin is doing. And that's just in case dominance starts to pick up and Bitcoin starts to drop. Then we know what's affecting, aside from the bear divs and all that good stuff, what could be affecting price action, especially if Ethereum dominance starts dropping. And at the moment, let me just look at these two. Ethereum dominance is trying once again with that high around 14.08%. And Bitcoin dominance on the 1 hour time frame has a red candle. Yep, that's what we looked at yesterday for XRP. We had these two levels in here for XRP. It was this one, and then it was this one. So we did the same thing we did over there with SUI for XRP. And then also highlighted the fact that it could just do this 302 because it's really simple-minded, but we are back above VWAP. So there you have it again for XRP here. Just checking out our performance. Just like everything else, a little bit of a head and shoulder in here, a little small head and shoulder in here. Let's go ahead and measure this out. Unless invalidated. Oh, that's big. So that just simply brings us back into here. Back to here. So we'll see how that goes. This little 15-minute little head and shoulder here. All right. See Solana. Was looking for Solana to hold here. That's what we were looking at. Yesterday I was looking to see if it would hold here, break it and then reclaim it. That didn't happen. So I looked at that before stream ended yesterday. That did not happen. In fact, we've been treating this as resistance. So we broke below it. It didn't manage to hold that support as it did over here and here. And we broke below it and now it's acting as a little bit of resistance. So that's what we have going on over here for Solana. And then still have a bearish cross here on the 4-hour time frame between the 5 and the 10 EMA. Just kind of chopping that a little bit in here. And then on your regular, on the time frame EMAs here, just below the 200 EMA here on the 15-minute time frame right there. So we're tapping into it now. We managed to break above it prior, drop back below it, and it's acting as a little bit of resistance in here right now. But like I said again, Solana's pretty simple-minded. This is your 188.83. Let's see. Solana likes this. Solana, la, la, la. Solana, la, 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 la. And then I'm just going to, I didn't even have that on. I'm going to make sure that I pulled that correctly. I didn't. And you can see how that's relatively even in here. So I like that. And we'll see what happens there. And then see what we got happening in here. I just leave this zone as it is, and that's fine. And we'll see how we do on a move back up if we get it. I like that. And I might like this up here too, but I'm gonna stop there and just take some baby steps this morning. BNB. I don't think I need to do anything over here. This is just our 4-hour level that we were looking at for a few days here. And then the one down here. And then, of course, next levels up top here, as it is in price discovery above here. I'm gonna leave this as is. I'm not gonna change anything in here. So Ada, we measured this out yesterday. We actually did. We said a little bit of a head and shoulder in here. We got the break. We came back up for the back test, and then we got the drop. So we were looking at this, and I think here on the 4 hour time frame, yeah. So I was like, let's see if this will actually close as an inside bar here on the 4 hour time frame. We didn't get that because I do love to trade things like that. We didn't get that and dropped down to the one. But we can see that we were respecting the range here on the one and of course the 15-minute time frame, and then break, back test, and Nick. What do we got? Cardano. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. I see nothing. I see nothing terrible. Not at the moment. I don't see anything bad. Might have a nice little regression in here. Actually, I'm just going to do it like this and do it like that. I'll let this bar go off once. See if we do something like that. Here for ADA. We talked about this as well. We said that if we didn't come down and respect the 92.80, then we want to see price at least bounce away from the trend line here, which is just simply that that macro trend line from the weekly time frame that ADA did get the break above here. So it was this trend line in here where you can see we had 2 touches and then our first rejection off of it. So this was the validation of the trend line. This was the first rejection following the validation, and we got the break above. Just want to make sure we're holding this. If we're not holding this and we're coming back inside of this range, then we'd be looking at 82.43 to 78.16 in the moment here for Cardano. Okay. And that's where your VWAP is also sitting down here, 76.27 here. We can draw a fib again. Let's just do one off of here for now. No. Let's see. Decisions. Let's see. See if I have anything in here for Cardano here. On a 4-hour interval. And at the moment we do. which is basically just, yeah, basically back here around this 92.80. I don't know if I really like that to be had. I don't really care for it. I don't like this either. I like that better. I like the lows in here better. So I like this. Yeah, I like this. So I'm just gonna make it white, and we'll look back at this for ADA. Maybe taking the liquidity down in here from the little bounce that we got. I'm not gonna go into too many other ones. Just stick to these main ones in here for now. Let's see something I may want to add some room onto this. Yeah. So I'm just going to go with that off of a 4-hour. And let's see if we've already done this, because I'm not sure if we've already done this. I don't like it anyway. So I'll just stick with that. I'm just going to stick with that for now. I got breakfast, so I don't want it to get cold on me today. I usually let it sit here for a few hours. So I'm gonna hide my face. I'm gonna eat my breakfast, and we're gonna look back at this here. I'm gonna put us back on the SUI chart, but yeah, I mean, I don't really see anything bad over here on the chart for Cardano. Nothing at all at the moment. I see nothing bad. See if we have some confluence in here. All right, so we do. If we did see that, just coming back in here, just where we were before. Just where we were before. That's it. And like I said, if we do more than that, then we're probably not breaking back outside this range again. Then we do the 82 to 78. So I'm good with that. Gonna hide my face. I'm gonna eat my breakfast. I am here and I will keep talking, but I'm going to eat my food. This is, I mean, we have the little wedgie structure in here. We came up and we back tested it. We could be putting in a little bit of a shoulder over here. So a right shoulder, potentially. This is just in case, like to dot our I's and cross our T's. Just in case that happens. Little Siamese twin. Head and shoulder. You can say a double top in here. You can measure that and try to find something, but this seems like the realest reaction from yesterday. This one and this one. So maybe, maybe they do. Maybe the market today wants this liquidity again. If not, we blast up and I'll be happy with that. But yeah, just keep that on your radar that they may actually want this liquidity again. Bitcoin dominance is slowly trying to creep up. It's having a hard time, but it's slowly trying to creep up here. I was just over there looking at this. See how we put in a little bit of bullish divvy in here. So we're showing we got a little bit of strength, even though, we got the bear div in here, which is why we're still trying to hold up in here at the moment. And since we've already gotten this breakdown here, I'm just going to take this and move it so we can see what I'm looking at. Let's see. Might be better if let me see, should I do it from here? Got a little bit of a momentum break in here. Small. It looks a lot more readable from the Delta, but I'll just leave it like that. So a little bit of strength in here. Or maybe it's a trick. Could be a trick. Let's see what we doing. 236. So no bear dips here on the 30-minute time frame. That's nice. None on the 30. Take a look at the 1 hour. See, 1 hour looks fine. No bear dips here on the 1 hour. How about here? And here. No bear dips there. Just hitting these lows. Just here on the 15. Okay, just here on the 15. Bitcoin dominance is starting to creep up a little bit here on the 1 hour time frame again, but Bitcoin is also still holding the range over here and trying to get a push up. Maybe we can take these highs in here potentially. All of this is liquidity. We're just super slow. Super slow. Take a look at bubbles. Arrow's looking good. Aerodrome. It is the biggest green bubble over here out of the top 100. It's still up today, 9.1%, 9.1%. So that 9.1%, that's pretty good. Height still up, 0.8%, but slowly declining. I know nothing about Pendle. A lot of red wine in here. Lots of red wine. OP standing out 7.7%, and Floki and CRV. Also, heard a lot of chatter here lately about CRV. I've looked at the chart once or twice here. We're still just chopping. Yeah. We get a little bit of a red candle over there on SUI and other stuff, and it just disappears real quick. So we're still holding that range. Let's see this thing right here. Probably look at it on the chart. Zoom out on this one. Got some bear divs in here, which don't really mean much at the moment. Doesn't mean anything at all at the moment. Nice trend regression line in here. And then it looks like you're just getting another momentum break in here. Just look for the break of this break of momentum at some point. In fact, let me just use this instead. But even when you get your momentum break, you probably pop right into some sort of bullish divergence or something like that. Small little correction in here, which just led to another pump. Candles starting to wick up here just a little bit, but it looks like it wicks quite a bit. This is MEXC. Catch it daily. do 12 hour. This could be where you start to pull back. And then have I not looked at this chart? I don't have any levels in here for it. Let me go weekly. This isn't my actual levels or how I would do it. I think I do have something in here for Aerodrome. I don't know why it's not showing up though. Do I not have? I do. I have Aerodrome. Do have Aerodrome. So obviously that was a quick break and reclaim back above. I think we did look at this and we were like, it could lose. If it loses this level here, then to look down here. Otherwise, it would come up and break through and push up. So we're sitting in the actual weekly level right now. We're seeing a little bit of a reaction in here around this 143. $1.43. Right here, we're getting a little bit of a reaction in here on this. Then the next level up here will be there. And that actually ended up being your entry point. Yeah, we looked at this. It's like VWAP is on this line as well. I don't actually like this VWAP, so I'm going to take that off. But yeah, you're hitting your resistance. You managed to break this, and I'll be looking for that 182 up to $1.98 here for I'm so sorry. I didn't even put us over here. Like I switched the chart. But Aerodrome, you are already hitting the resistance here from the weekly level here. So you didn't reject here around the 134, but you are reacting to the 143 here. So the $1.43 here, you are reacting to that. A little bit of wick there. If you do manage to push through this before getting a correction, then I would be looking at 185 to 198. There may be something in here on yeah, I mean, you could say that there's something in here for potentially this daily or whatnot. But if this thing is as strong as it's looking at the moment, then I would bypass any little small moves and just look for this 185 to 198 on the push up. Otherwise, you do correct from here and come back down. And if you do that, then you likely end up back testing somewhere in here around this 93 cents. You could do that if you don't hold up here anyway. I don't need that. Take that away. I'm going to keep this here, but I'm going to just change how it's drawn out so I don't have this big line running through. I can minimize it a little bit. Just that, just in case it decides that it wants to. You already did a back test of this already. Yep. Yeah, this looks good. I guarantee you it broke up out of a squeeze or something. Really like that one. Didn't have one on the weekly. It did. So it's a weekly squeeze, and yeah, this is really strong because you're still outside of standard deviation 2 here on the weekly time frame. So that's nice. Yeah, I would just look for it to come up in here if it wants to continue pushing. Otherwise, you do get a little bit of a rejection. Maybe you come back into the band somewhat. But that looks pretty good. See it on the monthly. I can't pull anything. I can here. So yeah, that is lining up with your return. Yeah, this is going to end up taking out highs at some point. This looks really nice. I don't have any of this thing, but that looks pretty good. Your next level. All right. Looks like we're getting that move over here. This is the 382. Just want to see if we can keep it shallow first. We can't keep it shallow, then I will be looking down here at the 373 golden pocket here for SUI. SUI sometimes will front run levels. And if it does, then maybe it'll do this here. It's 374. Doesn't always make its way to the golden pocket sometimes. You can see how we barely tapped it in here, but we tapped it. And that's again because Bitcoin's dominance is creeping up a little bit. And just so you can see that, yeah, see dominance is creeping up a little bit over here. Ethereum dominance is coming down a little bit. All right. That could be a little bit head and shoulder here too. So just one bearish pattern on top of the other one in here. We're trying to hold. I don't have that in here. We did drop the 20 SMA on that squeeze. We had already looked at that earlier. Knew that we were in a little bit of a squeeze. We did just cross down this momentum line now. And then that was money flow coming out from here. So money flow is creeping out on this 15-minute time frame as well. We just put that line in here. I want to see this one. Just showing the bears are still in control. Are in control. It looks like they picked it up. Let's see. Looks like we turned slightly gray. Maybe it's this one from here. I want to say this one. We're probably about to get an accelerated sale. We could, let me just say that we could see this start to pick up a little bit. I see this is hitting right into this red in here with the bears now, you know, fully gaining control over here. We've gotten the closure below this low over here. a little peek over here with the head and shoulder, with the rising formation. The Bollinger is sitting right on the 0 line. So if that thing starts to cross below the 0 line, then yeah, I think we can forget about the 382 if that happens. I thought we were at least come back up to back test this. And so far, no. Yep, Bollinger has crossed the 0 line here on the 15-minute time frame. Everything may have flipped now because we were looking at it from here. So that's the only thing that hasn't changed, but everything else has flipped. Could have got short on this, but I still have some funds in a long position for this. I did share where I did take some profit, out of this thing. But it would not have hurt to hedge. I don't want to bet against myself. Not on this thing, I don't. Yeah, unless we're able to come back up and flip this here where we have this little neckline, potentially a little neckline in here off of this. Unless we're able to do that, then it looks, you know, looks like it could be here. And then again, I think that this liquidity down here, I think liquidity for all of these moves up could be on the table. Could be. Got some strong reactions in here, but this definitely isn't big money in my opinion, unless it's just stalling out for the data. But these are bearish formations in here at the moment on this time frame. There's nothing happening here. It's a nice little regression line here, though, that it started to put in. I like that. In case. Just in case. This is starting to extend a little bit. Head and shoulder might be canceled. I like that. It's already done a momentum break here. Let's see how it does. You gotta go. It's not doing anything though. If it doesn't go, it's just putting in a bear div. If it doesn't go. If it doesn't go, it's a bear div instead. So it's a trick. It is a trick. It's likely a trick. It's a trick. Unless, hold on, this cloud drop. Now, I can't say I like that. I do like that. But it has to find the strength to push up. Otherwise, it would end up being a bear div. But I like when the cloud drops. We'll just keep watching this. If you're into XRP, I would just continue to watch that and look for a breakout instead of the breakdown, because we did start to extend quite a bit. We started out with a pretty, very, very perfect head and shoulder formation over here. Come on, XRP. Come on, Suey. Suey's pushing back up that little line that we had drawn out. Must means that Ethereum dominance is down because it's not pushing right now, and Bitcoin dominance is still trying to push. Or neither one is happening. How about that? Neither one is doing anything. That's weird. Let's see if something changed over here for Sol while XRP is trying to get that little push up. Do got a nice little regression line over here too. You can see this still looks like a head and shoulder, but maybe it wants to try to invalidate it. Maybe it wants to invalidate it. Give it a chance to do so. You can see Sui is coming up the trend line here. So we have to reclaim this in order to keep this momentum. We have to close above it and flip it into support though. So we have to remain above it. And not just, not just this break of it. We have to remain above it. What happened over here? Looks like everything is getting a little bit of a potential trend line break. Doesn't really mean anything right now. XRPs look the best. That really did look the best, but it's not really giving. It's not giving anything right now. Yeah. Not really finding strength. Yeah, it's not finding strength. So moving on, and just put this back on Sui. But if you find some strength out of it and you're trading XRP, then you're good. If you don't, it's a trap. We did that yesterday over here. And neither dominance is moving. It's at a standstill. So we're coming into that data here soon anyway. A little more than 30 minutes on it. You know what? I really don't know why anyone was surprised yesterday. I mean, the number was extreme for PPI, but I don't know why we would be surprised when we're trying to force everything made in the U.S. and made in the U.S. simply means that it costs more. And of course, manufacturers are going to push that cost off onto consumers because, yeah, it's expensive to make stuff in the U.S. That's why it's outsourced. So the number is the number, and it'll continue to be that way until it'll take quite a bit of time before that changes. It just will. And it may not ever change. We just get used to it. It'll become common. Bitcoin was such an easy short from the highs. I just didn't feel up to it. But it was such an easy short. That's all we did was come back up and hit the top side of our macro trend line here. That was it for the rejection. Like, it was literally that simple to just look back at this. Now, if I drop down, it would show that no, not there. It looks perfect there off of the weekly time frame. Yeah. I mean, it was, actually, it was really perfect. That was it. It was just a back test of our macro trend line, and then, the rejection. I guess I've been having so much fun on BTCC that I just really didn't feel up to it anymore. I just didn't. That was a sniper entry right there. Then that was just a field retracement pulled from this low to this high to this low. That was another way of looking at it. And right now we're still holding within this this range here. From this, I was looking for us to hit this golden pocket, but so far nothing there. We've already, so I was thinking maybe we could do this golden pocket since we still have more of that gap left to fill in here. We do still have a little bit more of that gap left to fill. This is nothing right now but a charge unless we come up and then we don't manage to take out this high again. So if 130 isn't going to be on the table for us, then we could put in the head and shoulder. We could. And then we probably make our way back down here to our 111 weekly level here. And then we have a fresh daily level right here that we haven't tapped into, which is why I have it. Yeah, we have this fresh daily level right in there. I don't really need this anymore. Yeah. Both that trend line and that fib level would have got you in earlier than this this doji candle in here, this gravestone. A little petty doji candles in here right now. Yeah, I think that's the gravestone. I think the dragonfly has a little small body at the top. I think, yeah. So little dojis in here. I can't remember sometimes. Little tweezer bottom. This is painful. For this to be all the price action we've done in the past 8 hours, this is very painful. I'm trying it again. It looks a little bit better this time. Oh, good old Intel price is up. How about that? It's up 7.38% right now. How about that? Apple down 0.24% right now. Amazon is up 2.86% at the moment. Microsoft 0.37%, and Cisco is down 1.56%. Okay. Good old Intel, 2386. I had hope in Intel for a minute, and I was like, a lot of people are doubting it. It will pump, and then we started to get a little bit of activity. Then everybody started talking about it for a minute, and then it fizzled out. It fizzled out real quick. But I did catch that bottom on it. Because it was looking really good. I de-risked on AMD after earnings, and I'm regretting it. I did. It really wasn't the earnings. It was, I got caught up in the news factor and just lost sight of what the reason for me buying it, and sharing my thought process on it when it got to the reversal point, which was simply a back test of a macro trend line, and everybody was trashing it, and I was saying, time to buy it. And did really good there for a while, and would still be making some nice gains off of it, but too late. Pony, that's another one. TTD, man. TTD just, it was doing really good. We hit our first target on that, which was $88 on TTD, and then after that, we stalled out, and then some things hit the fan, and it just completely nuked. So TTD, we watched that for a little while. We watched it for a while, man. We really did. Watched it for a while, got in on the trend line break because I just heard something about it, actually. Got the trend line break. Just while the market is just doing nothing, I need to talk. We got the little trend line break here on TTD. Jumped into the long for TTD. Talked about the first target being this 88 up here. Then the next target was going to be 104. And then I was looking at, it wasn't this, and I don't think it was this either. I was looking at it taking out the high from there. But we made it to the 88. We started to stall out, and then boom. It just, look at that big gap down on it, and sadness, just complete sadness for this one. So started out good, and then it crashed and burned. Sad. But Pony so far has been doing pretty good, and I did get knocked over the head here along with everything else, but it was doing really good. Got it from down here. Got Pony from down here because I kept saying I think that this one is going to do really good. Like if I'm looking for my next Palantir move, right? I don't think that Pony is Palantir, but it's like, what can I buy next that I think might do really good in the market? I might have to hold it for a while. Like Palantir just shot up. Like the first time I heard something about Palantir, everybody was looking for it to just crash out, and it was down around $13, and then I bought it at $13, and I rolled it all the way up to 105, and I started to de-risk at $105 on it, and I still have just a little bit left in my portfolio, but not as much as what I started out with. And then it just continued to push up. Like I would be like sitting a lot prettier had I just diamond handed. But stock market takes forever. But it's patience. That's where the millions are made with these companies. So yeah. But I like Pony. I like Pony still. I'm still holding on to Pony. I'm gonna hold this thing because I think it has potential. Like it has done absolutely nothing, but pretty much nuke for a while. But I like it. Pony AI. So if I can get it for less, I'll take it for less, because I didn't get as much as I wanted to get when I did buy it. Was it there or was it here? It might have been here. I have to look back at my account on this one, but yeah, it just stayed in here for a long time. Sound, this another one that I kept blowing and like saying, hey, I'm looking for this thing to get to $20. We're going to $20. We're almost there. We're almost there. Yeah, we talked about, this one. This is our picks of the week. Just constantly talking about this. So yeah, I mean we got our, head split a little bit in here. Not too much. It didn't do too much damage, but yeah. Sound up and away, looking for that $20 to come in here on sound. So I kept saying, I like this one. I like it. I like it. I like it. Sound like I like it. I like it. So that sound. AI music is hitting right now. It is hitting. It is hitting. A lot of your big artists are really getting into it too. So yeah, love that. And it was cheap. It was cheap to buy it and look for the push back up. Ever since Nvidia had sold off, it had not been doing too great, but it is a good stock. It is a good stock. So Sound and Pony, I absolutely love. TTD, I did like TTD, but man, that hurt. So that's done. That's no more. Tesla. Cannot tell you how many times I've had to say Tesla looks good. I've said Tesla look good. I said Tesla look good down here. I said Tesla look good here. I said Tesla looks good here. I said if you zoom out on your daily time frame, Tesla actually looks good. I don't see anything wrong with it. I mean, we haven't really gone too far just yet, but I still like Tesla chart. I like Tesla's chart. I like it. And I kept saying, we're getting that drop the whole time. Like, we're getting a drop in the cloud. That's usually a nice thing. That's usually a bullish setup. That's generally 9 out of 10. We go 8 out of 10. We'll say 20% it fails. 8 out of 10 is rewarding. When that happens, it's nice. And then you look for prices to just rally off of that. We did real good over here. Let's see. Yeah, we did really good over here. We got the drop. We came above. We rode it for a while. Now, all of this was, I called this too, but this was based on, it wasn't based on this indicator, because I didn't even have this indicator at the time. It was just pure price action on this right here, and just something that I'd seen in Tesla's chart that it had not done in a long time. And I think we had earnings over here, and everybody was like, why is it dumping? But I had actually literally posted like the day before that it was getting ready to pump, that it, the chart was showing that it's doing something that it's never done before, only done once before. And we got a nice push out of Tesla. And then after that, I sold my Tesla and I pushed that money into something else. Apple, the continuous hate on Apple, it's not working. I said that Apple would probably do 221 to 231, and today we're at 233. That's all I kept hollering about Apple. And Apple was sitting in this formation right here, in this larger formation right here, and people were just looking for this to roll over the dump. I'm like, we got this range in here on Apple. It's been in this range for a minute. Let's see what's happening inside the range. Jump inside the range and can see this symmetrical triangle in here. And I'm like, yeah, it's going to at least 221 to 231. Like, I didn't give it anything more than that, and it's doing more than that. So I cannot give myself credit for anything beyond that. I have levels in here because we are within a channel, but this was all I was claiming was 221 to 231. That was it for me. And so that has been hit. That target has been met. And crazy, I don't even have any. I didn't buy it. It's just not one I'm interested in trading. I'm not interested in trading or buying Apple or Tesla. But I every time I came on, I said these two are hated. These two will rally. They hate these two right now. They're saying it's not innovative anymore. They're saying he's talking too much right now. I said it's gonna pump. I said Hood's gonna pull back because Hood is just doing too dang on much at this point. So was looking for the entry on Hood. I had this entry right here set up on the chart for a while, just waiting on it, just waiting on it. And then it hits it, and then I missed it. Like I really wanted to buy in on Hood, and that was my entry right here at $93. It came down and it hit it. Was watching this for a minute, for a while. I was watching this like this is where I want to buy it. I had everything planned out. I said it's the critical level. We tapped it and we bounced away, and I straight up missed it that day. So I did not get a chance to get into Hood. This is one I wanted to get into. Now, the one I managed to get into is not doing good. It's not doing good. I actually bought it here. We got the pump, and then we got the instant dump. So I've had to buy more. I've had to buy some more of it. So I remember I said I would get my toes wet if we came down into here. I said I wasn't gonna buy it up here. I said we come into here, I get my toes wet. I bought it. We got a nice pump. I didn't even see the pump. I didn't even see when the pump happened. Like I totally missed it. And then I saw the dump afterwards. Saw it in my account. So yeah. I didn't manage to secure anything off of this pump right here because I would have secured something off of this pump right here. But I think Circle in the end will do nice. We can still come lower. We still have the rest of this gap in here to fill. If we fill the rest of this gap here at 134.81, and then this is the next zone down here between 118 and 105. I know a lot of people were waiting on this 105 when price was coming down over here. They was waiting on this 105. But that didn't happen. So that's that. Yeah. The one that I caught is the one that I'm slipping a little bit of cash on right now. Where I would have been in Hood, and that would have been nice. CNC, let's see what this ended up doing. I didn't take a CNC. I just been watching it. It's a great company, but it's a, it's medical health sector. Just hurting a little bit here. So yeah, was looking for it to hold in here. That didn't happen. So we're slipping that. We're back testing it now. And then next to be about 1985 to 1401. I hate to see this happening to this one right here because I think it's a good one. And maybe at some point it's going to really recover. But since it got that gap down, it's done nothing. So I've just stayed away from it for now and just give it some time. Rivian, I think it's going to be a good one right now. I did say if we come back down here to this trend line here, because we bounced away from this a few times. So 1, 2 here, bounce. So if we tap into this again and it looks like it's a good buy, I would buy some Rivian in here. I like it. It's been hasn't been the most successful. Oh, I'm seeing Sui. I'm seeing Sui it's hitting some resistance right now. It's hitting a little bit of resistance right now, but it did reclaim. All right, so I'm gonna get my behind back over here on crypto. But that's that, and then I bought some of this one right here. BAH. Okay, let me get back over here. All right, so we got back above our little trend line over here, but we are hitting a little bit of resistance in here. A little bit of resistance in here for Sui. So hopefully we're not putting in a big head and shoulder. That would suck. That would really suck. Hopefully we're not putting in a big head and shoulder. All right. Got some top losers over here, though. Got some top losers. I don't know how Apple is a top loser right now with that 0.24%, that 232, but okay. Got Honeywell. Might have to look at that. Indices here. Mm-hmm. Okay, so Ada's getting that cross down on the RSI. Let me check back on that. All right, about 10 minutes into this data now. Yeah. So I was hitting that resistance right here. I should have hedged right here. I should have hedged right here. Seeing that resistance and possible bigger head and shoulders here for Sui. Let's check in on Ada. Got the signal on Ada. See us taking a nuke. A nuke. All right. Oh, thank you. You want me to have the whole thing? You leaving the whole thing over here?
Whatever you want.
Okay, thanks. Let's go ahead and measure this out just in case, because we want to be prepared. So we're already looking at that. We're already looking for this. So if we start to fail here, so I'm just going to take that away because I know that we might be looking for that. Alrighty. What did XRP do? No, not on this chart. Yeah. Like I said, it wasn't showing that it had the real muscle. Still like that drop in that cloud, but it wasn't showing that it had real muscle in here. And we did that yesterday. This one didn't do it the way that Sui did it, but nonetheless, got an indecision candle right there afterwards. And then we took out that low. So, see Solana. BNB. So just that. And we just looked back over here at good old Cardano. All right. Hedera. Front run golden pocket or something. Not sure. Check link real quick. All right. Go on back over here to Sui. But this is what I care about the most. Got my money. And while this one is still performing pretty well, watch that. Watch that on Aerodrome. This thing is holding up pretty good. I might need to check dominance on this thing right here. Sui's holding up pretty good right now. Ooh, I hope it stays like this. This is holding up pretty well under the circumstances. Bitcoin dominance is pushing up. So Bitcoin dominance is rising. Bitcoin is down a little bit, but it's still within the same range. That same little red box over here that we've been watching all morning with the little shallow moves. So we're still within that at the moment. And then I'll be looking down here next. Run at 117,855 to 117,180 here for Bitcoin. But Sui right now is doing really good despite Bitcoin dominance rising while price is dropping. Sui is performing pretty well here. Let me check something. Yeah, Sui's doing pretty good against that dominance, against Bitcoin dominance. Really good in here. All right, Sui. And while Solana is doing okay against Bitcoin dominance, it's not doing too good against Ethereum dominance at the moment, but we already know that. So I do need to take a look at that with Sui, because Sui is...
What loads are you in? Is it precise?
Yes, I'll leave it on precise.
Normal, right? Normal and hot.
Warm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's pretty good. We're still hitting that resistance, though. We're still hitting that resistance right here. So maybe it hasn't caught up to Sui just yet. We get any news? Nothing. No, we didn't get any news. All right. Eat some blackberries. It's so bad for me to be eating this too right now. I have blueberries all in between my teeth. And I like to smile at the end. All right. $42 and counting. seconds. I'm not in the mood for another dump today. If we do drop today on this, I will buy a spot position. Right now I'm leveraged, but I will buy a spot position on it. You're already getting that drop. 0.5% on retail sales month over month so far. That's what I'm seeing. See, forecast was 0.6%. All right, so not bad. Core 0.3%. So, and the forecast is the actual. Send it up, baby. We still got that resistance. Now, if it just blasts through this resistance, I'd be surprised because we still have that resistance sitting in there. But we going. We going. All right, and we still have consumer sentiment and inflation expectations at 10 a.m. Okay. All right, all right, all right. Yeah, I got blackberries everywhere now. Yeah, we still got that resistance. Still got that resistance in here. You clear that resistance above this point right here. Yeah, you clear it above here, but you got to close above here. Have to close above here and be able to push above here now. Because that's what that resistance is sitting at right here. So we cleared this one so far, but yeah, got to do that over here now. SKR said, hi, bro. I'm not the coin king. I'd be a woman. But I'm sure the coin king was in here chatting, and so he was just saying hi to him. Our previous administration made everybody confused. Like, what is a woman? Me. I've been trying to get my daughter to invest. Young people, like you're, yeah, young people. Been trying to get her to invest though. Like if I can travel back in time. me see where that Ethereum resistance is coming from. So I can highlight that with you. See where that's coming from. Okay. So all the way clear is going to be above this point over here. So you're not going to clear that resistance for Ethereum until above here. And it's going to look a little messy for Ethereum too. Even if you do clear it, it's just going to be messy. So you don't get too excited and get yourself hurt. So valid resistance. Let's see what did manage to make its way through. See what XRP ended up doing. It is clearing a path over here. But let me see. XRP. One, two, three. It is this one right here. It is here. It is there. Can actually minimize that, but I'm gonna drop it because I can see it really clear. So there, see Solana. For Solana, it's gonna be if you're in Sol, you're gonna need to clear these lows. That's where your resistance is on this. And you're showing you got some support down here, but you didn't make it all the way down here. So don't have to really worry about that. All right. So that's that. ADA, yeah, you just whacked your head right into that resistance here for ADA. We can just leave ADA like it is because ADA's going to have to reclaim inside of here and push up and out. So, yeah. Nice. I love when you get that exact bounce off of the level. That's nice. All right, and I'm going to drop this over here on SUI now because I can see what we would need to hold now. So I'm just going to mark this as support on the 15-minute time frame. Do us like that. Close that off. Mm-hmm. All right, so for Suya right now, we're also still in the middle of not reaching any liquidity. So we're just in the middle of liquidity at the moment. We're a little closer to taking liquidity at the highs in here than we are at taking the liquidity from the lows, which is going to be down below here where the golden pocket is located at. Let me make sure. No, first it is. Yeah, this liquidity in here first. So liquidity underneath here first. So we're closer to taking the rest of the liquidity that we have in here where we have this fair value gap at, which we did manage to tap into a little bit of it here. Tapped into a little bit of it over here. I guess we're really waiting on 10 o'clock now, which, unfortunately, I do stop streaming at 10, for that consumer sentiment and that inflation expectations. Let's see how we're doing pre-market in here on man. Palantir just took another freaking nuke. Another nuke. Another nuke. But the levels have been laid out. AMD still holding up pretty good. NVIDIA still holding up pretty good. Circle, still not performing right now. But Palantir is the one where a lot of profit taking is happening right now. And of course, people who just mad are saying that can't justify the evaluation, but I guarantee it drops low enough they can justify buying it to get back to these evaluations. So pre-market. Right now, Palantir is back down to $179.60. $179.60. Back to the 1.618. Mm-hmm. All right, we're trying to find some momentum there. I see that little momentum line popping out over there. Trying to find some momentum to push through here. We start to feel these momentums, then we just don't have it. We just don't have it. Excuse me. I hear our washing machine in the background just banging, and my love is doing the laundry, and I think he may have overloaded it. Oh my gosh, men, he tries. And the arrow you're looking at on Ethereum time on Ethereum's chart, in case you're just picking up on the channel or whatever, that was in the event of a head and shoulder pattern in here, then that would just simply be the measured move for it. That is what that is. Everything can be invalidated. Everything. But that's what it is. That's what that's there for. FYI. See what we ended up doing here on bubbles. Got some green. We got some green. A little bit. It's basically the same ones that were sticking out. AVAX. I don't think AVAX was sticking out a few minutes back. So AVAX is up 1.4% right now. Ton 2.2%, Nexo 0.9%, Soros 4.4%. I'm not sure what Soros is. I have to check that out. I like the price though. Soros, Pendle 4.1%, ENA 2%. Got a couple of other ones in here. Tau. Look at ADA. Look at ADA. Little white wine in here. See Pump 3.8%. Hype. Oh, look at Doge popping out there. Okay, we got a couple of things starting to pop out over here now. But that's the big one right there. Arrow. I still watch that pattern formation in here. It could break to the upside the same way it did with the channel, but that's a little bit bearish. And we do have some bear divs in here on it. I haven't played out yet, but at some point it will. It could break out of the top side of this, put in another bear div, and then that'll be 3. It all happens in threes. And then you get a little bit of a correction for a little small pullback. And anybody who's not an arrow, who's interested in it and thinks it's going to Valhalla, you can buy the dip. All right, Bitcoin dominance taking a little bit of a tumble. Ethereum dominance pushing up a little bit in here at the moment. We got VIX. Red counter, but it's trying to eat into itself. USDT dominance still holding above the main trend line, and Solana dominance is still where Solana against Ethereum. Actually, not Sol dominance, but Sol versus ETH. Yeah. Nothing new to update on that, at least not from a weekly stance anyway. Not from a weekly stance. All right, not managing to get past our resistance here on SUI, not managing to get past our resistance here on Ethereum at the moment. Not getting past our resistance on XRP right now. Solana, it's all the way up here, so it never even stood a chance at the moment. Just candles back down below here. So still doing this over here. All right, we just did look at SUI. BNB, same situation. You're still underneath it here. ADA. It was a nice little bounce here off the 92. That is something that we have talked about. You know, this pattern here is still a bearish pattern. But, oh, I'm so sorry. The king caught me that time. He caught me that time and he said, we don't see your chart because I was still on bubbles. All right. Thank you. XRP, still below the resistance. Solana. I appreciate it. I get going sometimes and I forget where I'm at. Solana still underneath the resistance. Actually, the resistance is up here. Solana never made it all the way up there, and you can see we're still trading underneath this trend line right here. So still look for a breakout here. We'll watch that resistance at 196.59. Need to clear that. Sorry, already looked at Sui. BNB, same situation as Solana, just still underneath here, so you can still watch that. I didn't see anything overhead for BNB, therefore there's nothing there. And then of course Cardano over here with this bigger pattern right here. Measured move for the pattern would bring it back down here to these lows. But the other thing that we did talk about is Cardano trying to hold the 92.80. You know, we did manage to reclaim back above this trend line here, which is from the weekly time frame. After we got the breakout, the back test, and we got back above here. So if we do, in the event that we're not able to hold the 92 and we're looking to come down and fulfill this measured move, then we at least want to make sure that we reclaim back above this trend line once again here for ADA. And I don't think I was really looking at H bar, so I wasn't. So I was cutting things off in here. All right, so back over here on our SUI here. And you can already see where Ethereum's resistance is sitting at up here. So Ethereum needs to get above that. Otherwise, we can still say that this is a head and shoulder, potentially. Now, I do like that. I like this here, because you can draw a nice little trend line across this here. So this isn't a guarantee. It's just something to be aware of. In the event that it happens, it doesn't catch us off guard, we can be prepared for our next move. That's all. Bitcoin. Let's check back in on Bitcoin over here. You can see that we're still inside of this larger range over here from the 4-hour time frame. And then over here from the 15-minute time frame, we did break below it. And now we're trying to push back inside of it. We did get rejected back to the outside of it. So we'll see how this goes over here. Otherwise, we're still in the same place, just chopping about. They'll hold us around until we get the rest of the data. Sadly, it didn't all come out at 8:30. So you have to wait on 10 o'clock now for the rest of the rest of this information, the consumer sentiment and the inflation expectations. I don't know. And it's Friday. It's Friday, so, you know, we already lost a lot of funds in the market yesterday. And then today is Friday. And then you know how the weekend go. Weekend manipulation, because it's low liquidity. Still do have a little bit of that gap left. Looked at that today as well. Do still have some of this gap left unfilled here. So you can see we still left a portion of this gap unfilled. It's not the end all be all for me, but I know it matters to some people. Stretch this out here for the CME. You can see that we're still respecting the gap. And that's just the top side of the gap here. We chopped around here before, you know, we just chopped down just barely below it, push back up. And so I'm getting a little bit of love, some hugs and kisses on that gap there. Haven't looked at the graph in a minute. I see a little bubble on here for the graph, down like 1.2%. It used to be a buzz around the graph. I don't hear much about it anymore. B chain is down 0.9%. I'm watching our SUI. Now, bear in mind that with SUI, that MACD is still relatively close to that zero line, both the MACD and the delta. So that means that some sort of an explosive move can take place, whether that be to the upside or the downside. It's just one of those things where, you may not know ahead of time. The delta will cross below the zero line before the MACD does. But even then, you can break it and V shape up. So just be aware that we're around that. So this next bit of data that's going to come out at 10 o'clock could be the catalyst. If we don't see it before then, just know that. We're holding inside here on this 15-minute time frame. I still have the munchies. Now this isn't too bad. All right, so we got an aggressive candle down here, shave top and bottom. So we got an elephant candle in here. Next candle opens. I mean, it was data driven, but we're still hanging around here. Got a little bit of green doji in here. We want to see this doji get taken out here at the top. That's what we want to see. So price needs to take out the top side of this doji and not the bottom side of it. And it may not even change anything because the market is, Bitcoin right now is boring. The rest of the market right now, we're just stalling out for next data. But everything needs to clear the resistance, otherwise we're going down. The last time we did this, we were over here. Remember that? When we came up and we took out the high here. Um, we're handling things a little bit different over here at the moment because we did break below this 60, but we're trying to hold it at the moment. But I remember the last time we was over here, we were doing this right here. We had this trend line right here. We had the 26 EMA right here, and we were balancing off of the 26 EMA, and then we got the push up. And it looks like I'm missing one. I'm not. Okay. It's about 1026, yeah. So now we're trying to balance off of the 60 now, but we did break the 60. And so it could actually lead us down here to this golden pocket. Like I said, with that little CME gap down here, and I don't want to be petty about it, but with that little leftover on that CME, we could back test this 200 EMA here. But we'll see if we can manage to just keep holding, bouncing around here on this 60 EMA, then there's a chance, then we have a chance to come back up above this. Was this our previous week high? We really need to clear a little bit more than that to be safe. But right now, this is acting as resistance, and this is just your 5 EMA here on your 4-hour time frame. Then you have your 10 and 26 in here. So we're trapped. It's creating low volatility. So you got nothing, to be honest with you, till you lose one or the other. So you can see right now, below 118, 546, 82. That's something we haven't done. Yeah, that's something we haven't done. Since we came back up. Which is probably why we started to create this range in here, because of that low volatility. So we build up enough pressure in here. I like to see it from the 4-hour time frame. We don't have it here on the 4-hour time frame, so I have no choice but to look at it from here, because this is what I'm seeing. I will zoom out and see if I can spot it somewhere else, but we can start the coil in here to build up some pressure to try to blast out, to try to get some sort of fast price action to take place, because yeah, we're just stuck right now with low volatility in here. Let's take a look at our 6. Okay, so 6 down here at the 26. I'm in the 60 EMA here. Yeah, same thing over here. You got a little bit more room to come back down here to the low. You got more room to come back down here for the lows than you do to push above this resistance here from these EMAs. It's not always a solid thing. It's not always solid resistance or solid support, but we work with what we have. So you got that. See, 8-hour. Yeah, again, you have more room to take this, to move down, back down, to take out the liquidity from these lows than you do to push up. And then the 12, same thing here on the 12. So everything is leading to filling in the remainder of that CME gap. So then what does Bitcoin dominance do? That's going to be the next thing, because if it starts to pick up while Bitcoin is dropping, then that's going to bring those altcoins back down. Then what we mentioned earlier about the possibility, just based on the price action from the lows, like the first two drops, that was some strong liquidity. After that, it wasn't the strongest move, so we could see price coming back for that, you know, coming back for these lows in here. So we're taking the liquidity off the low already here from this price action candle over here, and then the little inside doji that we got, you know. So C16, same thing.
Oh my God.
And then daily. So that just is what it is. That is what it is. This looks more probable. It looks more probable. Well, we'll see what happens. Alright. And we've taken the low of both of these doji candles in here. So it looks like a decision has finally been made. We're no longer indecisive unless we, for some reason, close this candle back up. But these two, we've already taken the liquidity off the lows of this. That was this double bottom in here. And like we said, this whole thing in here was liquidity. All right. So, yeah. Like I said, take a look back at. I don't see a reason that we would get a reaction in here, because whatever reaction was off of the data and taking out the liquidity from here. And that's done. I don't really see a reason in here. And that was our two dojis that we looked at on the 4-hour time frame. So let me look at that one more time. Yeah. I don't see a reason in here. See this tweezer bottom down here. The rest of that gap, potentially this golden pocket. I mean, that's my thoughts. All right. Let me see if things changed over here on CME. We're still holding the gap. All right, so we're still holding the top side of the gap here on CME, which they're not going to move the same. But we're still holding that top side. So this could make it more likely that once CME does lose that gap, that means we come back, that we could come back. And that's what I think we're going to do. This doesn't matter anymore. I'm going to take it away because we did close that side of it. We took the liquidity. So I'm going to come back to this and let me check in on this situation over here. So Sui is continuing to show some strength over here. So I like that. We do still have to get past the resistance over here. It's showing a lot of strength against Ethereum dominance. It's showing a lot of strength against Bitcoin dominance right now. And we're coiling in here. We are. I really hate to draw another line. Be like, which line is it? But we are coiling in here. Got 1, 2, 3 in here. Looks like we did take the low of this one here ever so slightly. I'm not going to keep this on here because at the end of the day, we already can see we have the resistance in here too. And this is basically in line with where I'm saying the support is, unless we lose it. It's here. So we are coiling in here. Let's just drop down to a 5 and see what we're doing inside of here. Some sort of little symmetrical, possibly. Unless it's descending. Unless that's the case. So we'll know that if it takes liquidity off of the lows of those candles right there instead. But we are ranging within that. So if we're taking the liquidity off of these lows in here, then that could be a descending triangle there. But nonetheless, it's still performing pretty well up against Ethereum and Bitcoin at the moment. which Bitcoin dominance once again. It has a green candle on the 1 hour, and ETH has a red candle on the 1 hour. And we looked at that. So Sui, yeah, it's doing pretty good against Biddy. ADA's doing pretty good against Bitcoin too. Doing pretty good against Bitcoin. We did end up building a little bit more. Looks like we got a little bit more liquidity overhead here for Sui than we had earlier. Let me just see, because earlier that's what we were looking like earlier. I'm going to delete that one. I'm gonna drop in a new one. We got some better liquidity now. Forgive that dark shade. So you can see we got a lot darker in here on our liquidity in here for Sui. A lot more in here. A lot more up above. So lots of liquidity up through here. I would just be happy if we can just do this TP, this 404. That would be great. I would be happy with that. I don't think I need that anymore. We lost it and reclaimed it. I'll leave it in there. And while you're watching that, I am just going to check in on that SUI ETH. I don't have one. I guess it's not big enough to have one. That would have been nice, but that's okay. Let's stick with what we have. I also have this range over here now with this outside. I mean, yeah, you got these three inside bars in here now, and that was an outside bar there for Ethereum. Got a regression line in here. Same one that you can see off of this. If you just set it to a line chart, you can see the trend regression line in here for Ethereum. So it's basically waiting for a momentum shift, which I'll be able to see it here based on the RSI coming back up above that blue one, that blue line in there. And you can see how that matches up pretty good with the blue one, but you can do that on your RSI, or you can just drop your Ethereum to a line chart and do that so you can see where your momentum starts to shift at in here. That looks pretty clean too. Oh, that's a beautiful falling wedge in here. I like that. So for this situation, I'm gonna turn these off. I probably want to keep that one on, to be honest. All right. All right. AMD is going to sell off. Nvidia is going to sell off on open. And this is just on the 15-minute time frame. Palantir, we were already back down here around that 1.618 fib retracement level here. It's 179 now. It did get a gap down as well with momentum showing it going to the downside, but we will see if we can reclaim. I know I don't have it on the chart for you guys to see. I'm just talking through it because I am really focused on the crypto space. All right, circle. Still in the same zone. I really hate this over here. I really hate this over here. Next target for Palantir, 176.33. I really hate that. 176.33. See how we do on this drop, because it is dropping. It's dropping fast. Absolute nuke. So I have to drop those fibs because it doesn't look like we're going to come into that. I don't think I had any change over here in the RSI, and I did not have any change over here in the RSI for SUI. So just work with our price action in these levels. All right, Palantir, we're hitting that level now. And this is that 176.33. So looking for us to hold in here. We'll see how that goes. All right. You can see NVIDIA is dropping this trend line once again, which is why I said I think I'm just going to let this go. Let that trend line go. See if we can continue to bounce off of that. Maybe not. And then, of course, these two are definitely on the table if we can't hold in here. But we've had a couple of bounces to take place already in here. We'll see if it continues to hold up as support. All right, AMD just tapping into the highs in here at 177.86. Start to lose that. We can just fill in the rest of this gap here down to 175. Then we got another gap down here as well. But so far, AMD has held itself up pretty well. I'm not looking for it to go too far. We'll see how we do here. And if not that, then we'll look at this 176. And then there was nothing to be said over here. Yeah. Nothing to be said over here at the moment for Circle. Getting a little bit of a reaction in here on Palantir off of that 176.33 here. These are your quick trades over here on the 15-minute time frame here. Your quick trades, but this is drawn from 4 hour. All right. All right, so SUI ended up taking out the lows in here. So possibly it was a descending triangle here. coming back down here towards what we wanted to see hold that support. And if we're not doing that, then, you know, like I said, the lows could still be on the table. Coming back into these lows down here. Did take some profit out of this, so that was the only good thing I can say about it. I did manage to take profit out, and I actually took it out. I think it was right there, was it not? Yeah, got in at 368 off of this golden pocket tap here, 368, and then I took some profit at 383. Just the rest of the the rest of it probably looking like, I don't know. But that's that. I didn't open the Ethereum trade. I don't like to trade Ethereum. Ethereum momentum did break to the downside on that. So just continuing what we were looking at earlier then. Prepared. Mm-hmm. And this is what we were saying, potential head and shoulder formation in here. You know, we already had this rising wedgie formation in here. We already had that. And then we flipped into what looked like a potential head and shoulder. So we mapped out for that in the event that it did confirm. I mean, it could still change its mind. You know? It just might not be that, you know, and it can invalidate it. But it is what it is until it does get invalidated. And this was just a measured move. And I placed it here off of the center because we hadn't broke down yet. We hadn't actually broken the neckline. If there was to be one, it would have been here. So just from where I drew it from, place it in the center. Did the same thing for Sui in the event that Sui was also putting in a head and shoulder, which just brings it back down here to the golden pocket. We start to fill in here. We can't shallow. We go golden. Cardano was doing good. Starting to slip again from this rising formation in here. And you're seeing your slight rejection in here on arrow as well, with this rising formation in here on arrow drone. And then back over here to Bitcoin. We said the reaction was in here off of news, off of taking this liquidity in here. And then there was really no reason for price to react in here. Not even based on those highs, to be honest. Not even based on those highs. Just simply because we had these two dojis in here and we took that out. There's nothing but space in here now. And then to look at this tweezer bottom in here, the remainder of that gap, and potentially this golden pocket in here. Which you can see what that golden pocket is. It's 116,715. I'm sorry, 116,715 to 114,606. Golden pocket. And CME. Finally below it. Below the top side of the gap. So no longer treating that as support now. And we can fill in the remainder of what we have in here. I put mine here, so I gave it a little. I explained that. That little is based on the 15-minute common gap that's sitting in here. So let's just say you know, you're taking liquidity or whatever, you can use that as your extra spillover or something like that. But it's not too much more left on this gap to be filled. CME. If you just do it based off of that and this, you don't have much more. You left a little common gap in here. Just sort of suspended right here. I'm looking forward to coming to the green box, but I don't want to force it to read something. I'm looking here. If it moves away, then it moves away. I'm not entering a position, but this is just what I'm looking at. 117,855 to 117,180. I just happen to like this candle here, and that's what this box is drawn around. It's based around this candle here. This box was drawn based around this candle. I happen to like that red candle. And this one is drawn based around this one. All right. Suey. All right, so SFP. A little SFP there. It's more decent volume than the rest of this in here, but that's to be expected. We weren't really doing anything in here but going sideways with very minor moves. And you did see what I said earlier. I hate to keep hunting on, taunting on this, that we had more resistance overhead here with the ribbons. I don't care what time frame you push out to through your hours. There's just more resistance up here and less work to do to come down. It was less work to do to come down. Then you have your 200 EMA in here where we have the golden pocket sitting at 2 down here at the low of this box down here. It's just easier for it to do this than it was to push up. All right. So talk that. All right. Suey, at the moment, we are at the 382. So I wanted to see if we would just do a shallow pullback in here, but that measured move again, it did measure out here to the golden pocket in here. All right. So we did just drop that. In a few minutes, we got that consumer sentiment and inflation. Inflation expectations at 10. All right. I think we're done here in terms of that move here for Ethereum. That looks like that might have did it. That was the liquidity taken here from these lows in here. That was that liquidity. That was that liquidity. That's what that is. Bitcoin dominance is rising. Ethereum dominance is dropping. And Palantir did not hold that level. That's a problem. We are now down at the 2.618, which is at 173.57 here for Palantir. So it did not hold that level at that 176.33. Quick bounce away and continuation. Just a harsh candle. Just a harsh, hard candle there. All right. Let me look back at this for. This will be the first if it doesn't hold here. When I'm talking about Palantir, it will be what it will be. All right. The circle is managing to hold up. Market did just open, so let's just give it some time in here. All right, check back in on Biddy. See what we're doing over here. All right, we're already reacting a little bit in here, but I've given you the full story. I'm giving you the full story for Bitcoin. I might be looking for a new long on Bitcoin. If it gets down there to that golden pocket, I will take one. Sorry, Stewie and ETH look the same right now. So the blackberries. Yeah, both that MACD and that Delta turned down at the same time on SUI. Remember I said it was sitting around that zero line. So and this is just minor gaps. So let me just hide that so no one's confused about that. Those are just minor gaps in Bitcoin's price action. CME, not this one. This is from that actual gap. What we have left of it to be filled. Right, I have shared my interests for Biddy, which is going to be around that golden. It's going to be around that golden pocket. Nvidia did give us a good reaction here off of the 2.618. Didn't give us anything off of here. Maybe this acts as resistance. We have to see. But it did give a nice little reaction here off the 2.618. We'll likely have some bullish divvies here on the 15 minute as well. But that is a nice reaction off of that 2.618 here. And now we have this little gap in here. I'm just gonna highlight it. I'm not gonna draw anything special on that. I don't want to have to do that. Alrighty.
Hello. Good morning, Shanika. How are you? I know. It's like
You see if that resistance managed to move on E.
Yeah, me too. You got big
Same.
weekend or something? That sounds good. That sounds like a plan to me too.
It's dropping rather fast right now. Ooh.
Right.
Ethereum.
Really, as far as the storefront wise, right? I mean, completing registration is probably when they create an account, right? Like, you have the customer ID and everything.
So sorry. It's time for me to
Yeah,
get
man,
out of here.
I
You
need
can
you.
hear a lot of chatter in the background right now. Top of the range, 200 MA, 4 hour, 4326.66.
Yeah, Bobby. Yeah, there's
If
two
price
Bobbies.
just
Yeah,
manages to lose this range in here
so
anyway, we would have to lose this for
right,
that to happen. So until then,
Bobby.
this is still good until that happens. But in the event that that does happen, um, we have some confluence in here
Uh-huh.
with the top side of this range in here. Bitcoin, before I go, just keep in mind that you could also fill in that CME gap that's left on there.
Exactly. Yes.
Um, I'll get interested in taking a long position
Right.
on Bitcoin once again if we fill in the rest of that CME gap and we hit that golden pocket from the higher time frame. Then I'll get a little bit more interested in it. And just so you can see it a little bit better,
Right.
I mean, I have it like this over here on the 4 hour, but you can actually see the numbers and you can see where it's drawn from. So it's drawn from this low to this high here.
Yeah, I mean
If you go to your daily time frame. All right.
Doesn't seem like legit music.
And I am out. I appreciate you for joining me today. I will see you in the morning at 5 a.m. I may not do a full stream tomorrow since it is the weekend and it's weekend low liquidity. But I will be tune in at 5 a.m. in the morning. I will update you on my X account at Down to Crypto TA. You can also follow the Coin King at DACOINKING, the Coin King. And that's it. That's it for me for today. Thank you.